And a very warm welcome. It's just gone 2 p.m. here in Shermanoff. It's the FAI Sailplane Grand Prix, 7th day of the action, and we're going into race 5 with a start time in about 6 minutes. But what a day we had yesterday. An incredible race right down to the end with that tense final. We did not know who the winner was until we got the official results. Let's have a look at the final from yesterday. What's happening here? We don't know. We've got Papa here at 200 kilometers an hour, 2.3 kilometers left of the race. Romeo Oscar is looking like, is he going to take it? Is this going to be a win for Romeo Oscar in Germany? He came from nowhere. We've got less than 2 kilometers to go, dashing down to the line, 151 meters above the ground. Romeo Oscar is at 167 kilometers an hour, 1.3 meters in front of the Papa there, Sebastian Carver from Poland. 1 kilometer to go for Michael Petzold from Germany. 1 kilometer to go, Sebastian Carver. Here we go, it's a dash for the line. Less than a glider's length between them. And Łukasz Wojciech is coming up on the outside, but it's going to be too late. Diving down with a left-hand turn. Here comes the finish. Oh, it's neck and neck. Romeo Oscar from Germany against Papa from Poland. Who's going to take it? Whoa, it looks like it might have been the German. Wow.
It's difficult to say who won this race based on this. Yeah,
incredible finish. Here they go, crossing the line.
Few meters.
Łukasz Wojciech, Alfa Romeo, Oscar Golf, 1, 2, 3, 4 over the line. Coming up on the outside now. Yeah. 2-9 Lima as well. Magic, what a final that was. So there we did not know who was actually the winner. It looked like he'd done it. Looked like the German had broke through just in front of Sebastian Carver, but he was below the official finish line. They have to be at least 30 meters above the ground, and he wasn't, which means he picked up a lot of penalty points and it pushed him back down through the rankings. Let's have a look at the results of how it finished up yesterday. Number 9, Zdzisław Beniczuk finished off in 9th place, and 8th place from Germany, Dirk Wunmuller. 7th, Andres Kuhl from Germany. Number 6, Bogdan Dolicho from Poland. 5th was Michael Petzold. We thought he'd won, but those penalty points pushed him right back down to 5th place. The top 4, Germany, Rolf Gertzmann finished in 4th place. And the top 3 from Lithuania, Gintas Zub on Alfa Romeo. 2nd place, Łukasz Wojciech on Golf Papa Sierra from Poland. And yesterday's winner was the world champion from Poland, Sebastian Carver. Incredible race right down to the end. So now we know that we've got the race about to start very shortly. But in the meantime, let's have a look at the highlights from yesterday.
Konkurencja Grand Prix, niestety znowu jest bezchmurnie, co dla zawodników Grand Prix nie jest zbyt korzystne, bo trzeba latać w grupie, a tutaj te zawody polegają na tym, żeby od grupy uciec. Niestety grupa ma przewagę nad pojedynczym zawodnikiem w takich warunkach i jest to bardzo trudne, także właściwie konkurencje rozgrywają się na ostatnich kilometrach trasy. Zobaczymy, co to będzie dzisiaj. Na razie pogoda się poprawiła. Mieliśmy bardzo słabe noszenia do 1000 metrów, w tej chwili wykręciliśmy się na 1300 i prawdopodobnie to jest praktycznie maksimum, co dzisiaj można osiągnąć, no może jeszcze gdzieś 200 metrów wyżej będziemy latali. zaparkowałem, rzuciłem się nad las i złapałem 2-metrowy prawie komin i dogoniłem tych z góry i uciekłem tym z dołu, także jest fajnie.
So we're live in the studio here in Sherman of Volkswagen, the FAI Sailplane Grand Prix. It's the location of the World Games, which is coming here in July the 19th, with lots of people on the airfield wandering around, officials and branders. It's all really starting to come together. But the action right now is live here. You can see on the screen there the Facebook address of this Aero Club Volkovsky. Check it out there, all the details, all the results, and of course, the live stream as well. But today's race is upon us. Let's go to the Silent Wings and see what's happening. We've got race number 5, and today it's going to be 337 kilometers and 700 meters. A big, long, stretched out race. We've got everybody gaggling around now, ready for the start. Have we got time to look at the course? I think we probably have. If we show you where we're going to be racing today. First of all, we're heading up to the west. Starting off here, let's zoom in now visually and track through this competition race we've got for you. Setting off up to there to Rakula. Looks like Rakula with a big right hand turn. That's going to be 127 kilometers and a half, actually 127.5, and then back east, another big long stretch down to Beirut, 164.2 kilometers. Then the right hand turn, bit of a short leg now, down to Hasselek, as always, for that final 5 kilometer dash to the finish line. Will it be as tight as we had yesterday? Who knows? Let's have a look at the heights we've got now. We know they're not allowed to cross that start line above 1,224 meters, but the start gate is open and the game is on. Here we go, moving through the start gate now. 17 pilots, 17 gliders for a race of 337 kilometers. And we're in the cabin with Gintas Zub. He's at 1,444. Big speed now, 250 kilometers an hour, diving down to that race line. Is he through the race line yet? Yeah, I think he is. Yeah, he is. And Zdzisław Benechuk got an official warning yesterday for his landing, doing circles over the landing area. Not allowed to do that. 150 miles an hour, over 1,000 feet. Gerhard Spielberg, just below 1,000 kilometers right now. Sorry, 1,000 meters. Should I say, not 1,000 kilometers. He'd be up with a space shuttle. So we've got everybody there in the sky. The race is on. Yesterday's winner was the world champion, Sebastian Carver, followed by his teammate from Poland. But we had that issue yesterday with crossing the line from the German below the official start height, which gave him those big penalty points. Let's dive amongst the pack and have a look what's going on. Sierra 2 takes an early lead, leaving the gaggle, leading everybody up through the pack. But as we know, it's all down to that last couple of thermals. That's where the action takes place. At the moment, everybody's there, moving off down towards the first turn point, which is going to be quite a while. It's 127 kilometers away. If we dive down to the pack, we can see it there to the top left of the screen. We know we've got not much wind, 7.5 meters per second. It's not a lot. Not like we had yesterday, but all the pack are together, gaggling and moving along. World champion Sebastian Carver in the middle, as always, never wants to take too much of an early lead. So conditions, it's blue skies, not really cloud thermal activity for these pilots today, so it's going to be blue sky thermaling like we had yesterday. Very stretched out, long task we have as well. 337 kilometers. It's a big race, big long race that we've got, and already we're looking for some altitude here now, just moving around, wondering where the thermals are. There's Zdzisław, Oscar Golf, Charlie 65. We've got one of our pilots, number 17, Golf Oscar Lima. We don't have his telemetry coming down to us at the moment. It looks like his GPS system was switched off, and I don't know if we're going to get it restarted. So at the moment we don't have any details. It looks like we can't do that. So there we go, heading off down. It's going to be, let's look at the speeds of what we've got right now. 138, 140 kilometers an hour for 127 kilometers for this leg of the race. And I can see one of the gliders just heading on down to the airfield there. That must be either the sniffer or it's Adam. So we'll find out. Maybe somebody else indeed. Moving around, looking for the airflow. At the moment, the game is on. If you've just joined us, a very warm welcome to the studio here in Shermanoff. It is day 7 and race number 5. Shall we have a look one more time at that great final of last night as it came down, racing through the track neck and neck with the German and the Polish world champion. Let's have a look at just exactly what happened. What's happening here? We don't know. We've got Papa here at 200 kilometers an hour, 2.3 kilometers left of the race. Romeo Oscar is looking like, is he going to take it? Is this going to be a win for Romeo Oscar in Germany? He came from nowhere. We've got less than 2 kilometers to go, dashing down to the line, 151 meters above the ground. Romeo Oscar is at 167 kilometers an hour, 1.3 meters in front of the Papa there, Sebastian Carver from Poland. 1 kilometer to go for Michael Petzold from Germany. 1 kilometer to go, Sebastian Carver. Here we go, it's a dash for the line. Less than a glider's length between them. And Łukasz Wojciech is coming up on the outside, but it's going to be too late. Diving down with a left-hand turn. Here comes the finish. Oh, it's neck and neck. Romeo Oscar from Germany against Papa from Poland. Who's going to take it? Whoa, it looks like it might have been the German. Wow.
It's difficult to say who won this race based on this. Yeah,
incredible finish. Here they go, crossing the line.
Few meters.
Łukasz Wojciech, Alfa Romeo, Oscar Golf, 1, 2, 3, 4 over the line. Coming up on the outside now.
Yeah.
2-9 Lima as well. Magic, what a final that was. And a great final that was yesterday. It turned out we thought the German might have nailed it just landing before Sebastian Carver, and he did land early, but he was below the official finishing height of 30 meters, which means he picked up penalty points, which put him back down 4th, 5th, 6th place. Right, to the action now. It looks like we've got a gaggle going on, looking for some climb rate. Let's get down side by side with them and see what's happening here with these climb rates. We'll get them on the side of the screen for you and have a look with this great system. Silent wings, we can see who's climbing, who's sinking, who's doing what. Altitudes above sea level. Right now, we've got Stephen Crabb, Charlie 65. He's got a 1.7 climb rate. So we've got some good thermal activity here we found. Stanisław Vorbel, 2.3 meters per second. Sebastian Carver on 1.8 meters per second. Stephen Crabb, 1.6. Bogdan, just less than 1 meter a second. And everybody, apart from Gert Spielberg, has got a bit of climb. Everybody else, just there at the bottom of the pack, just not getting much right now. But they'll be watching each other to see where the action is. Let's have a look at distance to turn. How much have we flown so far? Probably not a lot, about 10 kilometers. Distance to turn, Bogdan has got 115.9. 115.9, and this first leg is 127. So we're expecting over 3 hours for this race. It's a test of metal, and as we know, it's always down to that last couple of thermals. That's where the action is right now. It's a game of strategy. Everybody's staying together. Nobody's going to make a run for it. They just want to keep those 3 parameters. They need the energy, which they get from the thermals. So they need the height, which they get from the energy. And then the speed to keep moving forward. And they need to be in the right place over the ground. That's the 3 parameters we're looking for before the actual dash for the finish line. Right now, looking down through the wing of Sierra 2, Mark Lennon. He had to return to the airfield yesterday, currently at 1,000 metres, 136 kilometres an hour. We're going to take a short break in the studio, and we'll be back with more commentary very shortly. And a very warm welcome back to the studio here in Shermanoff. It is the FAI Sailplane Grand Prix. We're into day 7 and race 5 of the action. A great day here. We're expecting just blue sky thermals the whole race. It's going to be 333 kilometers, but I've just been informed by Marek, race director, that they have picked up some cumulus to the west of the course. So it's going to be a faster race than what we initially thought. Let's have a look at the silent wings, the tracking 3D visualization of exactly what's going on. From this far away, you can see the whole pack is together. Let's zoom in and get a bit closer to the action and see just what's going on. Looking down through the wing now of 2-9 Lima from Poland, Bogdan, we can see, and 3 kilo now. Carving round, we Stanisław Wólbel. We've got some climb going on, rates of climb. They've got some good rates of climb here. Stefan Trapp on uniform 2 at 3.3 meters a second, and Mark Leenan 1.7 meters a second. We're just waiting for the information to come back on screen. It looks like everybody's moving off now towards the first turn, which is about 90 kilometers away from where we are. It's 127 kilometers from the start, so we've done approximately 35 kilometers now of the race altogether, heading on up through the track. 29 Hermann Lecter at 1,000, almost 1,800 meters above the ground, and we can see Stanisław Wólbel is way back there, still in that thermal activity, but the pack, the gaggle, is up at the front. Here we are, down with Stanislav as he circles round at just short of 1,400 meters, 124 kilometers an hour. Let's get back into the main pack and see what's going on with the front of this race. Let's dive down behind them, looking up to that first turn point as we swoop down with the silent wings to give you that view. Looking at the back of the pack up to the front. There we go. Great shot here with those ribbons coming off the gliders, those virtual representations of where they have just been. Zdzislaw Benechuk there to the right hand side. 37 Gerd Spielberg from Germany, just behind Romeo Oscar, Michael Petzold, who had that dramatic final yesterday. Oscar Golf German as well is in there too, but at the moment it's at the front. Papa Sebastian Carver being followed by 2-9er Bogdan, also from Poland. We are at the beginning of the race. Lots more action to come our way here this afternoon. But for now, we're just going to have a little break in the studio and we'll be back with the action very shortly. Welcome back to the studio here in Sherman off the FAI Sailplane Grand Prix, day 7 of the coverage. It's been a full week already, and we're bringing you race 5. Don't forget as well, before the end of the week, we want to finish off that side-by-side match racing action. We're into the quarterfinals of that. We started off with 8 pilots, and I think we've got 2 more joins, so we've got 10 in total. In the meantime, the story is with today's race. Let's get in there and see what's happening with the action. We're going to the silent wings now. We can see we are about 76 kilometers away from that first turn. Not as many turns today as we've been having on some of the other races, on some of the other tasks, but we've flown about 58 kilometers right now. We've been told there's some cumulus along the way to the west, so we might be finding them coming our way shortly. But let's get into the pack and see what's going on. I think it's one gaggle all together right now, and it is. We can see there Papa Duster taking a bit of a lead, but he's got at his side 2-9 Lima. It's all to play for. You don't really see much going on for at least an hour or two yet. It's going to be the game of tactics, keeping the energy, keeping the altitude, and keeping the speed. Yesterday, we were very fortunate to have Chris Nagadaski here at the airfield doing some photography and some pictures for the event, and he put together a quick little edit for us. Let's have a look at that right now. Some beautiful images there of the event yesterday. Incredible shots, really iconic. And he is one of the world's best aviation photographers, so I'm told. But we've got some good teamwork going on here as well with our media team. And all the videos are available to watch on YouTube and on the Facebook page of the event here. It's race number 5, a dramatic end to the race yesterday. We've got the results for you of how it finished off. We thought the German had won, but he didn't. We are in 9th place with Zdzisław Benachuk from Poland. 8th place, Dirk Windmuller from Germany. Also Germany, 7th place on Victor Yankee, Andres Kuhl. And from Poland, Bogdan Darasko on 29 Lima in 6th place. 5th place, we had Michael Petzold from Germany with a Romeo Oscar, and we had also in 4th place Rolf Gertzman on Oscar Golf. Your top 3 from Lithuania, Gintas Zub flying with Alfa Romeo. 2nd place Lukas Wojciech on Golf Papa Sierra, and the winner yesterday, Sebastian Carver. Let's have a look at today's race. It's 337 kilometers, and we are into the action now. We've got the details of Gintas Zub there at the bottom of the screen. Is at 1,200 meters, not going anywhere at the moment. It's a long race, big stretch out to the west. Let's have a look at the race and show you just where we are, how we started and what the track is. So we started here at the airfield, and it's in a westerly fashion up to the first turn point, and we can dive down into the action and show you that now on the silent wings, just how it moves. So it goes northwest from here, that's the start. You can see now passing through that start line, and up we go, 127 kilometers up to the first turn point. Let's zoom on through the course now and find that for you. We can see as we travel virtually along the line, there it is up to the first turn point. We're just going to get it on screen for you if we can. Just at the moment, just had a little bit of technical problem with the system, but we'll be back with that very shortly. But we're going to tell you that it's going to be one long track up to the west of 127 kilometers, and then turning around, heading back southwest 164 kilometers, and then back to the west again with 37 kilometers. And again from Hasselek, one of our main sponsors, just away from the airfield here, 5 kilometers away, for that final dash to the finish line, which is got to be 30 meters above the ground. It's a big white line in the field showing these pilots how it finishes. So that's what it is, Sailplane Grand Prix. It's gliders, the most efficient gliders available, 50-to-1 glide ratio. That means if you picked it up, put it up at a kilometer in the air and through it, it should go for 50 kilometers before it touches the ground. That's the idea, and that's how efficient these machines are. I can tell you right now that we had a great race last night. It was all very much down to the last few kilometers, neck and neck. We had, as we came through the finish line, we had Michael Petzold from Germany against Sebastian Carver from Poland, and we can show you the replay of the final few kilometers of that race. Very intense it was too. Let's have a look at the replay of the final few moments of yesterday's race. What's happening here? We don't know. We've got Papa here at 200 kilometers an hour, 2.3 kilometers left of the race. Romeo Oscar is looking like, is he going to take it? Is this going to be a win for Romeo Oscar in Germany? He came from nowhere. We've got less than 2 kilometers to go, dashing down to the line, 151 meters above the ground. Romeo Oscar is at 167 kilometers an hour, 1.3 meters in front of the Papa there, Sebastian Carver from Poland. 1 kilometer to go for Michael Petzold from Germany. 1 kilometer to go. Sebastian Carver, here we go. It's a dash for the line. Less than a glider's length between them. And Łukasz Wojciech is coming up on the outside, but it's going to be too late. Diving down with a left-hand turn. Here comes the finish. Oh, it's neck and neck. Romeo Oscar from Germany against Papa from Poland. Who's going to take it? Whoa, it looks like it might have been the German. Wow.
It's difficult to say who won this race based on this. Yeah,
incredible finish. Here they go, crossing the line.
Few meters.
Łukasz Wojciech, Alfa Romeo, Oscar Golf, 1, 2, 3, 4 over the line. Coming up on the outside now. Yeah. 2-9 Lima as well. Magic, what a final that was. A dramatic finish there for Michael Petzold, taking the lead through the line, but he wasn't above the finish line. He had to be at least 30 meters above the ground, and so does everybody else today. He took his eye off the ball, crossed below that line, picked up the penalty points. Back to the action in today's race. It's day 7 and it's race number 5 here in the FAI Sailplane Grand Prix. We can see at the moment what's going on. Sebastian Carver there at 1,000 meters. Let's have a look at distance to turn point. Just about 60 kilometers now to the first turn. Everybody is more or less in the same place. If we just kind of look where our gliders are, we can see down, if we zoom in a little bit, where they all are together. We've got 1, 2, 3 here down to the south. Up to the north, okay, we've got a lot of action going here at the north. They're all climbing and looking for some rate of climb. Got some rate of climb as well. Can we dive down into the pack and have a look at what's going on with these machines? Let's see, we can look from the side. You can see a bit of, yeah, great shot there, looking at how they have been climbing on that thermal activity with some cumulus clouds, I think, around. Out in the front, we can see Golf Papa Sierra, Łukasz Wojciech there, making a move to the west. And the altitudes, we've got 664 meters above the ground for Stefan Trapp at the bottom and Stanishaw Volbel at 1,538 at the top. So at the moment, it's all just cruising along, beginning of the race. Everybody's settling into the action, and we've got the first turn in about 60 kilometers. We'll be back here in the studio with more coverage very shortly. And a very warm welcome back to the studio here in Wrocław. It is the FAI Sailplane Grand Prix with me, Regan Tetlow, bringing you all the action and all the analysis. We are into day 7 of the event, and this is race number 5. We can show you now on the screen our Facebook page of the event. There it is, www.facebook.com Aero Club Wrocław. So check us out there, and all the details are available for you. We had a major race yesterday, an incredible final coming down to the line. Let's have a look at the highlights of what happened at the end of yesterday's race. What's happening here? We don't know. We've got Papa here at 200 kilometers an hour, 2.3 kilometers left of the race. Romeo Oscar is looking like, is he going to take it? Is this going to be a win for Romeo Oscar in Germany? He came from nowhere. We've got less than 2 kilometers to go, dashing down to the line, 151 meters above the ground. Romeo Oscar is at 167 kilometers an hour, 1.3 meters in front of the Papa there, Sebastian Carver from Poland. 1 kilometer to go for Michael Petzold from Germany. 1 kilometer to go, Sebastian Carver. Here we go, it's a dash for the line. Less than a glider's length between them. And Łukasz Wojciech is coming up on the outside, but it's going to be too late. Diving down with a left-hand turn. Here comes the finish. Oh, it's neck and neck. Romeo Oscar from Germany against Papa from Poland. Who's going to take it? Whoa, it looks like it might have been the German. Wow.
It's difficult to say who won this race based on this. Yeah,
incredible finish. Here they go, crossing the line.
Few meters.
Łukasz Wojciech, Alfa Romeo, Oscar Golf, 1, 2, 3, 4 over the line. Coming up on the outside now. Yeah. 2-9 Lima as well. Magic, what a final that was. So we didn't know there what the end result was. We thought maybe Michael Petzold had taken the win. It certainly looked like it, but the story was quite different. Let's have a look at what Michael told us this morning. Very good morning from the FAI Sailplane Grand Prix here in Wrocław. It's day 7 today, but the big story is that dramatic final last night between Sebastian Carver and Michael Petzold. Michael, good morning.
Good morning.
It was so tense in the studio watching you side by side. Tell me what happened.
Yeah, and it was really intense also in the cabin. So actually around about 25 kilometers before we went here, we had the last thermal, and I managed to leave at the same height as Sebastian. And it was obviously clear that I need to do something in order to catch him. And he went on a right track, and I did a little bit more left. And there was some rising air, and finally I could get 5 to 10 meters more than him. And at the last point, so 5 kilometers out, I had these 10 meters, and I thought now I can try to catch him. And we were actually in the same position, and I gave a lot of speed, but it was really difficult since we had not so much height anymore, and I had to watch the obstacles and everything. And at that moment I forgot that I need to have 30 meters above ground at the end, and that's why I got some penalty, and the 20 meters, I guess, which I have been in front of him, finally got lost in the pointing, but I was really excited and happy that I could be the first at the end.
Absolutely brilliant, a dramatic finish, and we hope for something similar today. Michael, have a great day.
Thank you, and I hope we have another exciting race.
I'm here with my teammate from the studio, Magic. Good morning, my friend.
Good morning.
What's happening today?
Today we expect the same weather like yesterday. The task is 330 kilometers for the competitors, and they will start about 12:30. And I will start before as a sniffer with 2 cameras on tail and on the wing, and I will try to get the competitors in the thermals, for example, to show everybody.
Great. Tell me a little bit about your equipment in the cockpit. What's going on there?
Yeah, this is a typical glider, old style. I say Yantar standard. Production is in 1977. little modified to competition. Yeah, with winglets. The panel is different. Some computer installed more, and then it's very nice glider to cross-country flights.
All right, my friend, I'll let you get in the air and we'll see you later.
See you. Thank you.
Let's have a look at the results from last night after that dramatic final. Michael Petzold taking the physical lead but being too low, below 30 meters, getting those penalty points. It put him all the way back there into 5th place. 9th, you can see just was Benachuk in 9th place on Zulu Bravo. Whiskey India November, Dirk Windmiller in 8th. 7th place on Victor Yankee, Andres Kuhl from Germany. 6th place on 29 Lima, Bogdan Drasko on Poland. And 5th place, Romeo Oscar from Michael Petzold, Germany as well. Oscar Golf, Rolf Gertzmann from Germany, number 4, your top 3. 3rd place, Alfa Romeo Gintas Zub from Lithuania. 2nd place, Łukasz Wojcik from Poland. And the winner, the world champion yesterday, Sebastian Kawa from Poland, taking the lead. An incredible day, some great footage and hot times. We're hoping today is going to be similar. Let's have a look at the action. Let's dive into the Silent Wings and see where we are. We've got 23 kilometers to go, roughly, to get through to the first turn of this race. It's a big, long stretch, this first bit, 127.5 kilometers heading west on the west and northwest track. There, we're going to turn around and head east all the way back down for 164 kilometers, and then 37 kilometers west, and finally 5 kilometers through Hasselek to the finish. Let's have a look at what's going on with the action right now and just recap and break it down a little bit of where we are. So we can see the altitude. Wow, we've got some big altitude there. Ziziswak is at 2,300 meters. That's the highest I've seen anybody all week. In fact, we've got 4 pilots currently above 2,000 meters. So a lot of stuff going on there. We have 2,200, 2,170. Let's dive down amongst the pack and have a look from the side of just what's going on with these climb rates. Rates of climb on the screen, 4.5 meters a second from Gert Spielberg from Germany. Incredible. It means we must have some cumulus action going on. They've finally found the height climbing that they've been looking for. Everybody, apart from one, is currently in a climb. So we've lost a few of the signals right now. We're quite far away from the start point, so we don't have the full information of who's doing what. But what we do know right now is that everybody's on the climb. Let's see the rates of climb here now that I can show you. Yeah, it's come down a little bit, 2 meters, 1.4, 1.1. Let's have a look at the time to turn where we are. It's about just sort of 70 kilometers, I think, for some of these guys at the back. But at the front, we can see it's less than 25 kilometers now to get to this first turn point. It's been a long stretch, 127, not as long as the second one we've got coming up of 164. Nothing much in it now, nothing to call. It's all together. It's a long race. It's there for the long, hard slog. It's all going to be about the last 2 thermals where we're going to see people making a dash for the line. But it looks like the situation is improving. It looks like the conditions are getting better. We are going to have a big race on our hands in a couple of hours from now. My name is Regan Tetlow. This is the studio in Wrocław, and we'll be back with more analysis very shortly. And a very warm welcome back to the studio here in Wrocław. I'm joined by my next studio guest. Welcome, Mark Pawlowski.
Hello.
Is that correct? Your surname?
Pawlowski.
Pawlowski. Wasn't too bad at all. How are you? Are you doing okay?
Yeah, great.
You've been watching the action this week?
Yeah, every day.
Yeah.
Every day since beginning. Yeah. No,
So we're going to find out now live if we've been doing a good job. Have we been doing a good job? Has it been okay?
yeah.
Yeah, you're happy with the performance? Are you happy with the information we're giving out?
Yeah, it's great because
Okay.
everyone can be familiar with what's going on in there and how is the progress of the race and what's going on in here and what's up. Yeah.
Right. And you're a pilot yourself, are you, Mark?
Yeah, I'm pilot, but I'm beginner.
Yes. When did you start?
3 years ago. 3 years ago, yeah.
Have you got your own glider yet?
No, not so easy. But for pilot like me, it's not necessary to have own glider.
Yeah.
Because you can already come to airfield to Aero Club and take a flight with the instructor,
Yeah.
or if you are able, you can fly by your own. That it's not necessary to have your own glider. Yeah.
Right. Well, let's have a look at the action and we'll catch up with some more details from you in a minute. But let's just have a look at what's going on. 17 pilots on this race for today. It is task number 5 of the event. 333 kilometers, 0.7. That's what we've got. And we're doing this first leg now, 127 kilometers up to the northwest. And there's quite a little interesting story here. Where we're going, where we're flying. We're going to be passing by your house, are we?
Yeah,
Yeah.
almost. Almost my parents' house, so also my house when I was young. I used to live there for 18 years.
Is it down near the river somewhere?
Yeah, it's near the river. The city is called Nova Sul.
Yeah.
It's just south from the leader.
Yeah.
Now, so I know this lands quite good. As I also was on my secondary school in Zielona Góra, the city.
So well, it is. It's about 100 kilometers away from where we are now, and we can zoom. Is that the city there? We can see on the screen.
Yeah. When I look closely to the north a little bit.
Let's see if we can find your house.
Yeah,
Where is
I
it?
can show you.
Up to the north.
To the north. Yeah.
A bit more to the north.
To the north. Oh, here.
Yes, that's where you live.
Yeah, here's my
Is it?
house.
There we go. Okay.
Yes. Oh, over here.
Oh yeah. If we zoom in a bit more, I think we can see your washing in the back garden.
No.
No.
Or maybe my parents.
Your parents are there. So the wonders, wonders of technology.
Yeah.
Well, welcome to the studio, my friend. It's good to have you here. Let's have a look what we got going on with the action. We seem to have 3 separate groups now. The gaggles have opened up. Down at the bottom, we've got 2-9er, Oscar Golf, and I think Golf Papa Sierra, Vukash Wojciech. Up in the north there now, we've got, let's get in a little bit. Yeah, we're losing signal a little bit from the transmission, so we haven't got much information of what's going on there right now. But
3 gliders over there.
yeah, 3 gliders, but we haven't got their tracking right now. What we've got in the system, if you've not watched before, what you're seeing on the screen is the GPS coordinates being sent down to us by these boxes we've got inside the gliders, and you can see there Oscar Golf and with his sponsor Hydropolis, because I'm crawling around trying to see it, Rolf Kurtzman from Germany, and we can see this ribbon coming off from behind. That's the history of his flight, where he's been.
Right.
Now he's got a climb going on, 5 meters per 5, 6, 7, almost 7 meters per second. It's a good climb, eh?
But this average climb rate and this.
It's not averaging what we've had all week. All week we've had like 1.2, 1.3. We've not had much of a good climb at all. Now he's up at 1,200 meters right now, and so this system, this GPS system we have in the glider, transmits down to here, goes into the software, and gives us a 3D representation of the flight. It's fantastic, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really good to see.
It's easy to imagine what is going on. Yeah.
So I've got a friend who's just watching on my Facebook Live, just from behind the scenes, Sarah Jones. She's an air traffic controller, and she says, do they have any air traffic controllers? Well, Sarah, you'll probably be familiar if we show you this. This is the task of the day, if I can put it on screen there, and it shows you all the different areas where we can fly and where we can not fly. We have all that information, don't we? We can tell people these areas which are blocked out. You being a pilot, you probably know this.
It's
That means
forbidden area. Yeah.
these are the forbidden area. What do we call it? TMA, is it?
TMA, it's the CTR or something like this. Yeah.
So Sarah will probably tell us in a minute.
ATR.
She just shared a lovely picture on Facebook before from a couple of years ago. Very nice picture. A couple of pictures actually. And there we go. The TMA, that's the area you're not allowed to fly. So yeah, it is under controlled airspace. We do know at the beginning of the day what the task is going to be. They set it all out and the pilots decide where they're going to be heading for. So the first turn point we're looking at now, that's where your father flies, is it? There's an airfield up there?
Near, because this is a small village called Racula.
Yeah.
It's on the south of the Zielona Góra, and on the north side of Zielona Góra city is airfield in Przylep.
Right.
So it's quite near. I think that the guys in Przylep also look at the sky and to check what's going on. Where is the gliders from the Grand Prix? Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe they can see even. Or maybe if they are flying now,
Right.
maybe they meet together in the space, in there.
Well, Sarah, the air traffic controller, my friend, she's got a couple of big tasks on her hands today. I hope she does all right with them. If we just look at the glider here from the top, we should be able to see the sponsor of that particular one. I think it's one of our main sponsors of the event, Triada, is it? I think it's called. If we can see, oh, there we go, just zooming down onto that. Triada Dom. Do you know what are they a local company? Do you know?
As I recognize, is the company which are building houses.
Oh, really?
I think so.
Well, there you go.
Developer means a company which is involved in building houses.
Right. Okay.
Buildings.
Well, there we go. We know now. So we're just going to look back to the action. We've got somebody at the turn point already. Here we go. That we got there fast. Number 37.
Also Sebastian.
Yeah,
Passed.
that's right. Gert Spielberg, number 37, and Sebastian Carver are moving through, and they've reached the first turn point. 127 kilometers. That's what it's been, diving up there. All they've got to do is skirt the edge of that turn point, haven't they? The red mark. They don't have to go all the way to the center.
No.
They've just got to make sure that you can see there how much of inside it they actually were. So there they go. They're around the corner. They're out. And Sebastian Carver is now 159 kilometers away from the next turn point, which is a big long stretch now, 164 all the way back down to the eastern side. So let's just zoom out a little bit more and see where everybody else is. We've got Sebastian Carver and the German Gert Spielberg are already through and past. What about the next group? Where are they? Long way away. Got a big group, big split now.
Yeah. There's about 25 kilometers from the turning point.
Yeah.
And these guys, I hope that is 50 kilometers also. But we have got no reading now, so it's here we go.
Yeah, we'll just wait for that signal to come by. Well, we'll take a little bit of a break here in the studio. We'll be back with more action very shortly. But the big story right now is the first turn point. We've got two pilots through and heading back east. And a warm welcome back to the studio. It's the FAI Sailplane Grand Prix, 7th day of the action. We've been here a full week. I can't believe it's a week already. Race 5 is upon us. I'm joined in the studio by Marek. Welcome back, Marek.
Hello.
We're going to have a look at the video that was filmed yesterday and edited over the night by one of the best freefall camera flyers in aviation. And let's have a look at Chris's video right now. Hey, well, welcome back to the studio. Marek's with me. Marek's a glider pilot. When did you start flying, Marek?
I started flying by my own 3 years ago, but my first flight was many years ago, as I was 7 years old, or 6, something like this. So.
And so when you want to fly here, they must have rental gliders that you can use?
Yeah. There's gliders from the club, yes. So if you are a member of the club, you can use this glider and fly with them, no problem.
And we're going to have a look at an airfield that you've been using, are we? Is that the idea? I think we're going to look to the Silent Wings now and just see what we've got. What we've got here is... Tell me about this place.
Yes. It means the airfield on which I have made my first flight. Yes.
Oh, yes?
I felt in near Zielona. So I took my first flight with my father there, on the two-seater, and I was sitting in the front, of course, and I would like also to try to fly by myself.
Right.
This was difficult for such a young guy. But I remember this flight, of course, yes.
Well, let's have a look back to the action of what's going on. We're into the second leg of the event. It's 164 kilometers now heading southeast. And if we dive into the action, we can see we've got a signal coming our way from world champion Sebastian Carver, currently at 1,200 meters. Not much speed, so he's got some good climb going on. And he's joined down there by 37, Gert Spielberg. Let's have a look. Tell me what's happening. What have we got going on here now then? What are they doing?
As I can see, they are using some kind of thermals. They are flying in the circles. They would like to gain some altitude. I suppose that they have wind from the back, so it's good for them because they can move with the thermals and gain also distance. So I think that they are trying to gain maximum altitude if the thermal is strong. So if the thermal is weak, it's better to fly and to search the better thermals. Not stay too long for the weak thermal. Because it's the waste of time. but it depends also on of the height. If you are of the altitude, if you've got plenty of altitude, if you are very high, you don't use the weak thermals. You just go on. But if you are low, you have to take whatever you find,
Yes.
anything, to gain the altitude, to don't fall down.
Well, we've got a distance to the target now of 139, so they are whizzing along. Let's have a look at... we've lost all the signals right now, so we can't really tell you much about what's happening. They're popping in and out, just in a bit of a dead area right now with the transmission down from the aircraft to us. So we'll take a little break, and we'll come back in about 5 or 10 minutes' time with some more commentary, once we've got some more signals for us back here in the studio. And welcome back to the studio here in Wrocław. It's just coming up to 4:45 in the afternoon, 15:45, and we are into the race. It's race 5, day 7 here with the event. It's the FAI Sailplane Grand Prix. Let's have a look at the action and see what's going on. We've got quite a few people round through the first turn already and making their way back. Wow, we've got a big split going up here. Look at this. There's a bit of a story going on. Up at the front, Golf Papa Sierra, Łukasz Wojciech seems to be taking a bit of an early lead. He is distance to turn 114 kilometers away from the next turn point. It's a bit early yet to be making a dash for it, but he's gone out on his own. He's got enough height. He's got 1,400 meters and he's got 140 kilometers an hour on his Holmes Place glider there. He's one of our partners here in the event. And you can see the second turn point is in his sights. That's where he's headed. Oh, that's where we've just come from, actually. We're looking back down the track there. I do apologize. Looking back down the track at the people who are following him. Now here, looking up at the front, we can see where he wants to be heading. Climb rate of a meter a second and giving himself up to climbing slowly and surely up towards 1,500 meters. So we can see we got Zdzisław Benachuk as well, chasing him up from behind there with 115 kilometers to the next turn point. So we've got a bit of a gaggle, small gaggle going on between 114 and 124. So there's 10 kilometers in between most of the pack. So there's no really big opening yet, but he did go early there. He did go early. Golf Papa Sierra heading off down. Let's zoom out a little bit and see where we are in relation to everybody else. Are those final ones at the back through that first checkpoint, or are they just heading towards it? We'll find out shortly. But the second big group is there. We've got 2 at the front. We have Benachuk and Łukasz there, just at the front of the pack, and just behind the next group. How many have we got there in that group? About 5 kilometers behind the front. We have Sebastian Carver, we have 37, we have 29 Lima, Delta Tango, and Whiskey India November. Starting to get a bit more signal back now as we come closer and closer back to the airfield, back to Shermanoff. That's where we are. That's where we've been all week, and it is the site of where we'll be hosting the World Games, the air events for the World Games. We've got the canopy piloting, the swoop on the pond, we've got the paramotor accuracy, and we've got the gliders acrobatic display as well, the competition for that. We'll be having all that here starting on the 20th of July for the World Games last held in Cali, Colombia, back in 2013. So to the action again, it looks like the gap is closing between Benachuk, Poland, and Wojciech, Poland. The game is on ground speed of nothing currently for Łukasz, 1,500 meters, but look at the height of Benachuk, up at 1,700 meters now. So we're getting some good thermal activity. We must have some cumulus clouds around. Maybe we're getting a bit of a cumulus highway. But it is a long race. It's a race of technique. It's a race of endurance. And you're not going to see much of the real race fight action, I would imagine, until that last 30, 40 kilometers. In fact, somebody was saying this morning, I won't say who, he said you could actually start the race 40 kilometers away. You could dismiss all that's happened before, but we'll see about that. That wasn't the situation yesterday or the day before. So looking here now towards the east, that's where we're flying. It is a track of 164 kilometers, and we've got 184 has been flown already by the people at the front, and 100 kilometers to go until we reach that first turn point. We'll be back here in the studio with more of the action very shortly. So for the first time this championships, it looks like we've got a bit of cumulus street action going on, diving underneath those cumulus clouds, slowing down the speed, but then getting the lift as well. And we've just been watching Benachuk there doing the dolphin action up and down. It's to the side. Now we can have a look at what we've got. We've got, just lost a bit of signal there, but Golf Papa Sierra, and I think it's 2-9er side by side, and then just behind Sebastian Carver is bringing it up. Let's look at the Zulu Bravo, should I say, Zulu Bravo and Golf Papa Sierra are side by side. Just behind them is Papa, and just behind them 2-9er Lima and 37. That's where we're at with the action. It's all heading down to the second turn point, which is 99 kilometers away. For these people up at the front, we're going to come back with a bit more coverage in 2 minutes. So welcome back to the studio. Magic's joining me again. How are you, my friend? What a great final we had last night.
Yeah, last day was very exciting. Yeah,
we didn't know at the end if it was the German or the Polish who got the win.
Yeah.
We spoke to Michael Petzold a little bit earlier and just found out exactly what happened in that final last night. Very good morning from the FAI Sailplane Grand Prix here in Wrocław. It's day 7 today, but the big story is that dramatic final last night between Sebastian Carver and Michael Petzold. Michael, good morning.
Good morning.
It was so tense in the studio watching you side by side. Tell me what happened.
Yeah, and it was really intense also in the cabin. So actually around about 25 kilometers before we went here, we had the last thermal, and I managed to leave at the same height as Sebastian, and it was obviously clear that I need to do something in order to catch him. And he went on a right track, and I did a little bit more left, and there was some rising air, and finally I could get 5 to 10 meters more than him. And at the last point, so 5 kilometers out, I had these 10 meters, and I thought now I can try to catch him, and we were actually in the same position, and I gave a lot of speed, but it was really difficult since we had not so much height anymore, and I had to watch the obstacles and everything, and at that moment I forgot that I need to have 30 meters above ground at the end, and that's why I got some penalty, and the 20 meters, I guess, which I have been in front of him, finally got lost in the pointing, but I was really excited and happy that I could be the first at the end.
Absolutely brilliant, a dramatic finish, and we hope for something similar today, Michael. Have a great day.
Thank you, and I hope we have another exciting race.
I'm here with my teammate from the studio, Magic. Good morning, my friend.
Good morning.
What's happening today?
Today we expect the same weather like yesterday. The task is 330 kilometers for the competitors, and they will start about 12:30. And I will start before as a sniffer with 2 cameras on tail and wing. and I will try to get the competitors in the thermals, for example, to show everybody.
Great. Tell me a little bit about your equipment in the cockpit. What's going on there?
Yeah, this is a typical glider, old style. I say Yantar standard. Production is in 1977. Little modified to competition. Yeah, with winglets. The panel is different. Some computer installed more, and then it's very nice glider to cross-country flights.
All right, my friend, I'll let you get in the air and we'll see you later.
See you. Thank you.
So how was that sniffer flight? What was up there? What did you find?
Today?
Yes.
Yeah, I start as I told to sniffing just half an hour before the competition. The beginning was quite difficult, 0.5 meters per second.
Yeah.
And then was much higher. I can reach 1,200 meters and 2.5 meter per second. I've got two cameras installed, as I told, and try to make some recording for the competitors.
Right.
I have occasion to turn with Sebastian and Bogdan Doroszko with two gliders. Unfortunately, I couldn't reach the gaggle of all the gliders because they are too far from me. My glider is not so compete to them. And then I make some recording of starting. The lot of all the gliders on the blue are moving west. We will see the movies soon.
Well, let's have a look at the action now and see what's going on. We've got some good thermal activity. We can see here, we zoom out a little bit. We did have a couple of the Polish. We had Wojciech and Benachuk were out in the lead, and there we are now. It looks like Sebastian Carver is in the lead, 37. We're in the cockpit with him. So some good height going on now, Magic. Look at the heights here and the good climb rates. Looks like we've got some cumulus activity, perhaps.
Yeah, we started with a blue sky, and we can see some cumuluses far on the west. But the cumulus came to the Szymanów now, and they going with the cumulus now. So the cloud base is around 2,000 meters, and so the flight is very fast.
Right.
High altitude and strong thermals means average speed is something like maybe for sure more than 100 per hour.
We had a great shot just a few moments ago before you joined us in the studio of Zdzisław doing the dolphin down past the track. Tell us a bit about that. What does that mean?
It means that it's no sense to turn in thermals because the glider is very high altitude.
Yeah.
As you can see the wave from behind Sebastian,
Yeah, look there, yes.
They are not turning, they are just reducing the speed to be as long as possible in the thermal, rising up, and then going faster forward. It means that the gliders are coming in the same level, very long distance, maybe 100 kilometers. They are able to go without turning.
Incredible. So it's a very efficient way of flying, isn't it?
Efficient, yeah.
Yeah, very efficient. We've got time to the next turn point now of just over 80 kilometers for the leaders at the front, Sebastian Carver and Gert Spielberg. And we're just waiting for some return of signal from some of the other pilots. But let's look at these altitudes now. We've got 1,700 meters for Sebastian Carver. We got 1,100 meters for Mark Lean, and he's at a very different position than the front runners. But we've got somebody. It looks like somebody's up above 2,000 meters there.
Yeah, but you can see the big group is moving on the north.
Yes.
Leading by 37, and Sebastian is probably alone on the south.
Let's have a look where he is. Is he on his
also,
own? We
Maybe
picked a
10 more than 10 kilometers.
distance.
Yeah, distance between them. Of course, the best is to go as close as possible to line,
Yeah.
because
It's the shortest route, isn't it?
it's the shortest distance to go. It makes sense. So 80 kilometers to Bierutów means that there are about 50 kilometers to Wrocław.
Yes.
50 means they're crossing the river Oder, and they're going maybe Wińsko. The one of the turning point from one of the last competitions.
Right.
Sebastian is going maybe near Wińsko at the moment.
I wonder why he took this route all by himself. I wonder why nobody followed him. No.
Maybe they don't see him.
Yeah.
It's long distance. I think too long to see the glider.
Yeah, the actual leg of this one is 164 kilometers, but his distance now from each other is going to be quite a big distance, isn't it?
Yeah, it's bigger and bigger.
So the distance to the turn is 74 kilometers. That's the story right now. We've got Sebastian Carver at 1,400 meters. We've got... See, there's not... If we just look here at the distance to the turn with the second and the third place compared to where the leader is, they are separated quite a lot side by side from each other, but there's not much in it for the distance to the turn, is there?
Yeah, this is a different concept to fly. Different tactics.
Yeah.
It's all is possible.
And it all comes down to the last couple of films.
We'll see which option will be better, to go with the group or go alone.
Yeah. Well, let's find out.
37 is leading. He tried to find something, but he's still going further.
We'll keep our eye on the action here in the studio, but we'll take a little break and we'll be back with some more of that action very shortly. And a very warm welcome back to the airfield here at Shermanoff with me and Magic, bringing you the analysis and the information and all the details of what's happening in today's race. It's race number 5 of the FAI Sailplane Grand Prix. So we can see now distance to turn point. Benelux at 59, less than 60 kilometers there, so he's just slightly in the lead and a different line than Sebastian Carver. It looks like they're all converging back towards the line, Magic.
Yeah, as we can see, Sebastian is alone. He took another tactic to go by more than with the line. The rest of the group, as we can see, are going back to the line.
Yes.
They are much higher than Sebastian and closer to the turning point. Zbigniew Bednarczuk is leading now the group.
Distance to turn 57 kilometers on this second turn. It's a big long one. It's 164 kilometers on this task. 2 big straight lines we've gone for today, as opposed to a few more turns.
It's probably they expected to have some cumuluses set on the line, because the wind now is from the northwest side. As we can see through the window, there's Golf Oscar Lima back. He has back on his engine.
Yes.
Unfortunately, to airfield.
Yeah, he had to retire. I think he had a problem with his transmission, his details. He wouldn't have been able to compete, would he, without his signal anyway. So Sebastian Carver is looking for a little bit of climb there. The rest of the pack being led by Zulu Bravo with Charlie 65, 29 Lima and 37 up behind. It's good to see Stephen Crabb for the first time this week, getting up amongst the beginning, halfway through the race. And there's Zulu Bravo with one of our partners on the wings with Elite. Now those logos are not actually on the aircraft, are they? They're just here on the system we've got showed. And Haskelek, one of our it is the final turn point, one of our great partners as well at the event here too. And here we are in the cockpit with Bednarczuk, 1,370 meters at 164 kilometers an hour.
Mm-hmm. What
do you think, Magic? What's going on now? Just
could
crawling
you
along.
See the top view?
Yeah, we can change to that. There we go.
Better view for that. All the pilots decided to go south to the line. Probably they can see more cumuluses there. They are very close to Wrocław now, about 25 kilometers.
Yeah. The line takes them over the top, to the north of the airfield, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So they will be looking for the clouds, looking for the cumulus, and if they can see them, they'll be heading for them, of course.
Yeah, the normal tactic is not going straight on the line. Sometimes on the left, sometimes on the right, but depends on where is the conditions better.
And it'll be the first time this week we've actually had some cumulus cloud, isn't it? We've not had it at all.
But it was very hard weather for the competitors.
Yeah.
Strong wind, and the cumulus wasn't typical.
Yeah. Well, let's look at these altitudes. 1,800 meters for Sebastian Carver, so he's got something good going on there. Looks like he's got a good climb with the Heskelek logo there shown for you, one of our great partners, and always the last turn of these races here this week. So 3.4 meters a second. And it's funny how sometimes if he's going into a thermal activity, sometimes he'll carve into it from the side, not always going straight. So there he is.
As we can see, Adam Czelasky is on the field, 152 meters, and his transmission was stopped.
That's right. Yeah, I think it was off before he even went into the sky. So fast now for Sebastian Carver, 220, 230 kilometers an hour.
Yeah. sometimes, as we can see, sometimes it makes sense go as far from the line as you can see.
Yeah.
It's very long, very far from the line, and Sebastian is going just straight on the line.
And it was only a few moments ago, the rest of this pack were a lot further north than the line, weren't they? They've come zooming past, heading south, looking for the conditions.
Maybe they can see the cumulus, and they are going. They expect it's easier to find below cumulus the thermal.
Yeah.
Of course, it's you going straight on to the thermal. Not you are not you have not need to find.
Yes.
And losing time for searching the best thermal.
So,
unfortunately, we cannot see the real satellite picture from today. Somebody has asked me, not flyers, is it a real satellite picture with the gliders going in? No, it's
it's like Google Maps.
yes, a Google Map, satellite view from the Google Map. Of course, it's taken where there is no clouds.
Yes.
Of course, it must be. And today you can see as if we have a real picture from the space, we can see some points, white points, not very big, but this is cumuluses. And also glider are made by software,
Right.
not the real picture of the gliders.
Yeah, it's an incredible piece of software, isn't it? It's a great piece of. I wonder if it's used in any other sports or if it's just in gliding. Do we know? Do we know if it's used as silent wings in other air sports?
Maybe paragliders is possible. I don't know.
If you know, send us a message, let us know. You can see all the updated videos as well on the YouTube channel and on the Facebook page too. We've also got the highlights from yesterday. We've not shown that much as well today. We've got some great shots from inside the cockpit with Sebastian Carver. Let's have a look at the highlights from yesterday right now.
Czwarta konkurencja Grand Prix, niestety to znowu jest bezchmurnie, co dla zawodników Grand Prix nie jest zbyt korzystne, bo trzeba latać w grupie, a tutaj te zawody polegają na tym, żeby od grupy uciec. Niestety grupa ma przewagę nad pojedynczym zawodnikiem w takich warunkach i jest to bardzo trudne, także właściwie konkurencje rozgrywają się na ostatnich kilometrach trasy. No, zobaczymy, co to będzie dzisiaj. Na razie pogoda się poprawiła. Mieliśmy bardzo słabe noszenia do 1000 metrów, w tej chwili wykręciliśmy się na 1300 i prawdopodobnie to jest praktycznie maksimum, co dzisiaj można osiągnąć, no może jeszcze gdzieś 200 metrów wyżej będziemy latali. Zaryzykowałem, rzuciłem się nad las i złapałem 2-metrowy prawie komin i wydobyłem z góry i uciekłem tym z dołu, także jest fajnie.
Some great shots there of world champion and yesterday's leader and winner, Sebastian Carver, from his cab with his GoPro cameras. Right, we've got a story developing here over the skies of Wrocław right now. We've got a different type of action than what we've seen over the last few days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 groups going on. This group down here to the south. Let's see who we've got down there. We have Zulu Bravo, Zdzisław Benechuk down at the south. To the right-hand side, 29 Lima, Bogdan as well from Poland. And just above there, C65, the Irishman who lives here in Poland, is back in the action, Stephen Crab. Just up at the top, heading down towards him, we've got Delta Tango, Thomas Zdul, and we've got a picture of Thomas at last. That's great to have him on the screen there. We've had a few more people updating their profiles so we can see. Let's get the, which other ones have we had updated? Let's have a look who we've got on the screen who's got new pictures. Bogdan there, we've got a picture of Bogdan. And I think 1 or 2 more as well. I'm not quite sure which ones. Stephen Crab, the picture, of course. Had a nice interview with Stephen the other day. And Michael Petzoid, the interview we had this morning, we've got a picture of him now. I'm not sure about Dirk Windmiller. Did we get a picture for Dirk yet, or is it still showing the glider? Let's have a look. Still showing the glider. We need to get a picture for Dirk. So I was going to zoom out a little bit. Let's see where the rest of the groups are. Over to the right, we've got that group with Alfa Romeo and 37. And I think Golf Papa Sierra's over there too, and Papa as well. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 of them there, 5 of them. Just Oscar Golf underneath Romeo Oscar on the image. So we can see there's a lot going on. There's a bit of a race. Everyone's spread out. Cumulus activity going on. Distance to turn, about 50 kilometers for some of these pilots. Altitudes are good. 1,600 meters for Dirk Windmuller. 1,600 as well for Stefan Trapp from Germany. And down the lowest one we've got Bogdan Doroshki at 749 meters. And we're in the cockpit now with Bogdan. Let's see what he's got going on. He's sinking -8, -9, 1 meter a second down, minus. He could do with finding himself a little bit of height to get back in the game. Doesn't want to be down less than 800 meters in today's conditions. So about to head over the top of the airfield, just kind of near where we are now, halfway back from that first turn, heading to the second turn. So it was 127 kilometers up the track to the northwest, and then 164 kilometers back down to the southeast. And the time to the turn currently for these pilots is 32 kilometers for the top, for the best, and 93 kilometers for Mark Lehnen at the back, halfway down towards the next turn. I'll be back with you in the studio very shortly with some more information as we progress. And a warm welcome back to the studio here in Wrocław at the airfield here in Shermanov. It is the FAI Sailplane Grand Prix. It's day number 7, race number 5, and we're halfway through the action. Let's have a quick look at what's going on there on the silent wings and find out just where our pilots are right now. So here we go. We've got altitudes, big altitudes, over 2,000 meters for Stefan Trapp. 1,700 meters, Sebastian Carver, and just looking at where we are now, distance to the next turn point. Let's have a look at those distances. 17.9 for Zdzisław Bednarchuk, the local talent, is currently doing very, very well indeed. There's a lot of game to be had yet, a lot of action to be had too. We know it all really starts in earnest as we start heading down to Heskelek after that final turn. Let's have a look at that final dash for the line that we saw here last night between Sebastian Carver and the German. What's happening here? We don't know. We've got Papa here at 200 kilometers an hour, 2.3 kilometers left of the race. Romeo Oscar is looking like, is he going to take it? Is this going to be a win for Romeo Oscar in Germany? He came from nowhere. We've got less than 2 kilometers to go, dashing down to the line, 151 meters above the ground. Romeo Oscar is at 167 kilometers an hour, 1.3 meters in front of the Papa there, Sebastian Carver from Poland. 1 kilometer to go for Michael Petzold from Germany. 1 kilometer to go, Sebastian Carver. Here we go, it's a dash for the line. Less than a glider's length between them. And Łukasz Wojciech is coming up on the outside, but it's going to be too late. Diving down with a left-hand turn. Here comes the finish. Oh, it's neck and neck. Romeo Oscar from Germany against Papa from Poland. Who's going to take it? Whoa, it looks like it might have been the German. Wow.
That's difficult to say who won this race based on this. Yeah,
incredible finish. Here they go, crossing the line.
Few meters.
Łukasz Wojciech, Alfa Romeo, Oscar Golf, 1, 2, 3, 4 over the line. Coming up on the outside now. Yeah. 2-9 Lima as well. Magic, what a final that was. So it looked like Michael Petzold from Germany took the win. He was the first pilot to cross the finish line. Unfortunately, he was too low, below the target of 30 meters, the minimum height you need to be to cross and to be legally considered into the rankings. So that means it pushed him down to 5th place. You can see 5th place, Michael Petzold, Germany, on Romeo Oscar, last night's finishing. Oscar Golf, Rolf Gertzmann, Germany, in 4th place. 3rd was Gintas Zub on number 3 with Alfa Romeo. 2nd was Łukasz Wojciech on Golf Papa Sierra, number 2. And taking the win last night, world champion Sebastian Carver on Papa, position number 1. So we're going to find ourselves with another finisher tonight. Is it going to be as tense a battle as that? Let's have a look at the action and see what's going on as we head towards this next turn point in the race. So looks like we've got some thermal activity. Looks like we've got some climbing going on. Distance to turn currently only 14 kilometers for Zdzisław Bednarchuk. He's finished his first race ever this week, got a warning for his landing yesterday, but right now currently in the lead, but there's a lot of playing to do yet. 270 kilometers flown so far, 56 kilometers still to go. Let's break it down and have a look at these groups and see what's going on. We're heading down to that turn point in the east of Beirut. We have here to the south a couple of pilots just looking around for a little bit of climb action. Currently don't have the signal for them, but it is Zulu Bravo and Delta Tango. Up to the north, let's see who we've got up there. We have Golf Papa Sierra and Papa, and it looks like Romeo Oscar there just above in 37.37. Gerhard Spielberg from Germany just leading the way, heading towards that distance to turn. So 19 kilometers for the German there, 14 kilometers for Thomas Dull That's where we're at. We're not far away now from that turn point. Sebastian Carver, world champion, 18.6 kilometers away, up at 1,700 meters. Stefan Trapp, 1,890 meters, with a speed of about 50 kilometers an hour right now. So we are heading down, watching what's going on. We've got 2.9 Lima just passing overhead. Bogdan Dorazzo, 36 kilometers to get to that next turn point. Looking out the window to see if there's any cumulus activity. Doesn't seem there's much going on out of the studio here. It is the 7th day of operation. In fact, I can see him with my my shot out the window here with my eyes. So it's I've got them all on the Silent Wings program there. Bogdan up at 500 meters. It looks like he's on it, maybe on his way back down to the airfield. We'll find out shortly. Heading away, watching him on the window, out the window, and on the Silent Wings as well. It's not often we get that shot here. It's the 7th day of these championships. Long, hard days for all the staff and all the volunteers and all the extras and officials putting in a great effort and a big challenge here. It's a big first competition at this airfield since 1984. And coming up here very shortly, in a few weeks from now, the World Games, a big World Games under the view of the International Olympic Committee. It's the biggest multi-sport activity outside the Olympics. 4 years ago, it was in Cali, Colombia. It's now here in Poland. The road to Wrocław is on. Let's look at the action and see what's happening here in day 5 of the race. We'll come back to bring you that information very shortly. In the meantime, we need to take a little break from the action, and we'll be back with it in the next couple of minutes. And a warm welcome back. We're getting towards this second turn point of this task. Let's get to the action and see who's getting close. It's tense here now as we start to move down. We're getting a bit of a fight on our hands. We haven't got much left to go. 5 kilometers until we get to this turn point, and then we only have another 37 kilometers to get to Hastelek before the final run through. So here on the screen, 37, Gert Spielberg from Germany up at 1300 meters, being followed by Sebastian Carver there, who we've just lost his signal. There it is, it's back, 1402.7. Let's get those time to turn. I think Sebastian's got less than 5 kilometers to go. Great shot here now, looking down through his cabin. As you can see, that circle, the big column of the turn point. All they've got to do is graze past it. Just below him, we have Gert Spielberg, 4 kilometers away. He'll hold himself off now. He's a lot of experience. He's not world champion for nothing. He knows he doesn't have to go too crazy just yet. But we know he holds back, and then that big dash for the final, he'll be there. So he's got his eyes on what's going on. Let's zoom out a little bit more. Is anybody else a little bit closer? It looks like it is Gert Spielberg there on 37, taking the lead through to this second turn point. Beirut down at the east. 2.7 kilometers to go now for him there. Sebastian is just in his sights. Łukasz Wojciech is also there as well. So we've got Gert Spielberg, 37. Papa Sebastian Carver is chasing him now, keeping himself calm, knows what needs to be done. And Łukasz Wojciech, Michael Petzoy, Dirk Wimmeler, and Zdzisław Bednarczuk are also on their way down, but a lot further behind. It's starting to open up a little bit now. First group of, just looking there, catching the screen through the window, less than 3 kilometers for these 3 heading to the turn point. Look at the lines there. Let's dive down to them and see it from the view of Łukasz with Golf Papa Sierra. If we can get in his cockpit. Yeah, great shot there. Now over to the left, 37. And here, he needs to kind of gut himself over a little bit more if he's going to make that turn point. Maybe we need to zoom back out and just see exactly what's going on. I'm just missing the picture a little bit. Okay, yeah, he's in there. They're all in. They're all turning. This is it now, heading on down to Hastelek, one of our main partners in these championships, the FAI Sailplane Grand Prix, 7th day of the action, and race 5 is on us. 37 kilometers to go to get down to Hastelek, and then only another 5 kilometers. Still to come as well here in these championships. We do have the match racing, the side-by-side championships that we were doing earlier this week. We started off with 8 pilots who went head-to-head to find themselves into the quarterfinals. Let's catch up with race director Marek for a Polish interview for our Polish viewers about just exactly what match racing is.
Wyścig mecz racingowy odbył się po raz drugi na świecie w historii. Po raz pierwszy w Dubaju w trakcie Air Games, po raz drugi we Wrocławiu w Aeroklubie Wrocławskim podczas Sailplane Grand Prix. Fantastyczne emocje, niesamowite ujęcia. Dla zawodników to kompletnie nowe doświadczenie. Wielka nauka, nawet piloci tak doświadczeni, którzy są tutaj, coś nowego stąd wynoszą. A to jeszcze nie koniec, to dopiero półfinały. Najlepszy dopiero przed nami. Oglądajcie.
Studio in Shermanov for the 4th day of the Sailplane Grand Prix, brought to you by the FAI.
Second match racing in the world. First in Dubai during Air Games. Right now the second one in Wrocław Sky Club in Aeroklub Wrocławski, Poland.
these two gliders side by side, and at the moment slightly in the lead. 29 Lima who has got it in the lead. Oscar Golf is coming up on the outside. It's down to the final line. Oscar Golf seems to be just pulling ahead. It's hard to see. It's neck and neck. Here we go. 29 Lima, Oscar Golf. Oscar Golf is going to take the win. Oscar Golf crosses the line. 29 Lima right behind him. Wow. A very good morning. It's day 4 of the FAI Sailplane Grand Prix here at Shermanoff at Wrocław. I'm here, world champion Sebastian Carver. What's happening?
Hi. We have cancelled the day due to the bad weather coming. On the satellite pictures we have already thunderstorms on the border with Czech Republic and Germany, and the model confirms that this is the situation it has predicted, and the thunderstorm should be here at about 2 p.m. So we basically don't have enough time to make a proper task. Even more, at this moment you will not find any thermals, so the thermals will start, and immediately after this we will have maybe 1 hour later a thunderstorm. It's just not enough time to make a proper task. So in exchange we will have some sort of a game. We will copy the event from Dubai, from World Air Games, and we will make match races, which are basically one-on-one races and a very short task, 18 kilometers task. We will start at 600 meters, so it will give enough energy for these gliders to complete it, and the winner will go and will complete it semi-finals and then in finals.
Right, so it's a knockout situation, and you've actually competed in this. It's parallel racing, is it?
Yes, it's parallel racing, and it was designed especially for Dubai because we had very limited space there, and it turned out to be very successful and very spectacular race. So I would like to see this kind of races over the shore in Dubai, because we had a fantastic skyline of skyscrapers there, and it would be very nice show, but unfortunately we had a place for this in the desert. so not many people were to see it, but on the internet you could follow the race as well.
Right, and how long do we think each race will last?
It'll be around 6 minutes, maybe less, because in this moment, if there is one thermal on the way that they can just use energy and going straight, it will accelerate these gliders to above 200 kilometers an hour. Wow. And so 18 kilometers, it should be around 6 minutes, maybe 5 minutes.
Wow, we look forward to that. It's going to be live on the live stream with full analysis and commentary here from Shermanoff. Sebastian Carver, I'm sure you need to get ready. Thank you very much.
We will probably start in about 20 to 30 minutes.
Wow, that is quick.
I'm ready.
Okay, let's go. So we're getting towards the end of the action. Madge has joined us back in the studio. Let's have a look. Let's dive in to the action and see what's going on. We've passed that second turn point and we're heading off down now to Haskelek. We've got Sebastian Carver on the screen, bottom left. Let's get a few more details now. We've got Golf Papa Sierra Łukasz Wojcik on the screen as well. So let's break it down. We've got 25 kilometers left for Carver, 27 kilometers left for Łukasz. Could this be Łukasz starting to fight back a little bit? We've got a lot of, they've lost a bit of altitude, but it's still okay, eh, Magic? We're still okay where we are?
Yeah, but I think there's not enough altitude to reach the point and go back home. 20 kilometers to turning point plus 5 to home. It means 27. 700 meters is not enough.
Right.
They need to turn in one thermal before.
So this next thermal is going to be the decider of the race, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
Wherever it might be and whatever they find in it, that's going to be game on. Let's have a look at the distance to this turn point. Carver's 18.2 kilometers. Wojciech is 19.2, so there's 1 kilometer there. Michael Petzoy from yesterday, he took the lead, but he was too low going through the final gate.
From this view, you can see that they are not going directly to the last turning point. They are looking for the thermal. Maybe they can see cumulus, which they would like to use to have a final flight.
You've been outside, you've been having a look round. Is there anything out there you can see? It looks blue from here.
It's hard to see from the airfield.
Yeah.
But we will see what they find.
So it's 21.6 kilometers to go for Sebastian Carver, and it's just 10 to 5 in the afternoon here in Poland at Airfield Shermanov, 1650, with less than 20 kilometers to go in this race. What an incredible final we had last night. It was mind-blowing. We had Romeo Oscar, Michael Petzold, and P for Papa, Sebastian Carver, neck and neck as they crossed the line. In fact, the German just managed to get slightly in front of the world champion, and it looked like, for all intents and purposes, he'd won the race. It was only afterwards we found out he was below the minimum height of 30 meters, and that's what cost him the championship.
Let's see top view. Probably they are going to 29 Lima. What is 29 Lima? Bogdan Dorożko has got 1,000 meter, but he's straight on, not turning.
Yeah.
Probably they are going from opposite direction to 1 cumulus.
Yeah, it looks like he's.
But 29 Lima, I afraid is before.
He's not done the second turn point yet.
Yeah, before second turn point. He started to turning.
So he's found something, do you think?
Yeah, found something. He matched the thermal for the rest of the group, for Papa and GPS.
He's found it for them, so he's
maybe he discussed radio.
A bit of a technique, I wonder, do you think? Possible?
It's possible. They, as I told you before the race, they inform each other about the thermals. Yeah. To have a fair start for everybody.
Yeah. But would
as you can see,
but here
they're meet in one thermal probably.
Yeah. I was going to ask you there, though, would Bogdan be doing that to help Sebastian? Would he be trying to find a thermal for him when he knows he's not going to win the race anyway?
And from this point of view, we are too close to see the turning.
Let's zoom out and have a look from the side a little bit.
Not as much. A little closer.
Here we go, on the side view.
Yeah, the side view. They are turning in one thermal. Bogdan has 1,000, and the thermal is a good
2.5. Yeah.
And the altitude. Could we go back to altitude?
Let's have a look. 1500.
60.
Wow, Sebastian Carver's really sunk down it.
Really, yes, he's really up.
He needs it. He needs his thermal.
I'm not sure. They have, of course, the computer inside, which can tell pilot how much altitude he need to go home. But Sebastian go further.
Is he going to go for it?
Yeah.
He's got 14.5 kilometers left.
But distance left is only 14 kilometers for Sebastian.
Yeah. And he's at 600, just less than 650 meters. It's a tight one. Now remember,
I'm not sure if he will be able to go. No, probably not.
Interesting, because we know at Haskelek they cannot be above 640 meters.
Yeah.
When they pass Haskelek, which is in another 11 kilometers from now.
Yeah, but it's a 16 kilometer from Sebastian. It's a 13 kilometer, 500 meters.
He needs to find something.
Maybe.
Do you think he'll go for it from here? We're in his cockpit now. We're looking at his view. He's got 7 kilometers to go to get to that final turn point. Every day we're always there before we head that dash the 5 kilometers for home. It's Haskelek. It's in his sights. It's less than 7 kilometers away, and he's got less than 12 kilometers to finish the race.
Yeah, look at his speed. Ground speed is very high, so he can reach the last turning point and go home very fast.
So he's going for it.
Yeah.
He's made the dash. He's left the gaggle. As we know, it's always down to that last couple of thermals, isn't it?
Yeah. For sure, he will be below the restricted area.
Yeah, 640 restricted.
640, he's below now.
Well, they were saying this morning, Magic, in the pilot briefing, the reason that they have going over Haskelek, because Sebastian was saying he was not too happy about this turn point because it's over a built-up area. They're flying quite low. The race director said one of the reasons we do that is because we're trying to open it up to the public to give them a view of what the race is.
Yeah.
Well, they're going to get a view now as Sebastian Carver comes zooming over the houses at 300 meters.
Yeah, for sure, it's very attractive for the people who are there. It's the last turning point, the final point is located more to the city. As we can see, he's passing the highway now and go to the final point. And of course, the best direction to land and to go home is direct from east.
Yes.
From Beirut.
Well,
you can see just straight on the highway, very close. The people on the street maybe looking at 300 meters only. It means 150 on over the ground.
Now 290 meters.
Very low. It's very low.
And there's nobody else with him.
Altitude.
He's on his own. He's on his own. Just
touching the point.
Yeah.
250 meters. It's really low.
Now his descent rate is slowing down. Has he found a bit of climb? He's found a bit of climb.
Maybe this.
1 meter per second, 1.3 meters per second.
Now it's no. He just found something over the Haskelek and go to the final. 200 meters is really low over the terrain.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this has been the race of today. It's been 333 kilometers from start to finish. Now, yesterday's winner, Sebastian Carver, has got that finish line in his sights. 150 meters currently above the ground, 2.5 kilometers to go to end the race. He's charging down now with that big green virtual wall of the finish line in his sights. Sebastian Carver, nobody else anywhere near him. He's dominated this whole second half of this race. Sebastian Carver, world champion, now 1.5, 1.4, 1.3, 1.2 kilometers from the finish line, only 150 meters above the ground.
Did you see it? He was below the trees.
He was indeed.
He crossed the trees.
And here we are now. He's about to finish the line. We've got less than a kilometer, half a kilometer to go, 150 meters above the ground. He's got to be above 30 meters when he crosses that finish line. But here he comes now, less than 1 point of a kilometer. Here he is, world champion Sebastian Carver. Poland takes the win on day 7 and race number 5. Incredible.
Yeah, the final was just few meters over the trees.
It was. Well,
just on the ground.
Let's have a look at the people behind now. The remaining that we have, we've got to get the rest of these guys through and out as well. But he just took it from nowhere. He was in with the group for quite a while, and then he just got away from them. We've got Golf Popper Sierra, Łukasz Wojciech, and 37
Spiegelberg. Going together to the last turning point, but almost the same altitude, but they are going much slower than Sebastian. Probably Sebastian calculated that 200 kilometers per hour is enough to get the point and go back to home.
Well, a good win, a deserved win,
Oh, it's very good.
showing his mettle, showing his skill.
I would like to see the camera view from Sebastian Glider. Really much.
Yeah, he's got gliders in there, hasn't he?
gonna be-
Sorry, he's got cameras in there today, so...
Please ask Sebastian about this last leg from the Haskell leg. How fast and how low he was.
Yeah. Well, there they go. That's 37 and... Golf.
Seven and Łukasz.
Yes, making their way back
Golf
now.
Papasiram.
Let's have a look at the time to finish for the rest of the pack. Let's see what we've got. Distance to target for everybody.
Let's stay with these two gliders because the second and third place.
Distance to goal. We have Gert on 3.7, Łukasz Wojciech on 4 kilometers, and then we're looking quite a big distance for the next ones coming through. But we're looking for the second place final now. 37, Gert Spielberg, Germany against Łukasz Wojciech, Poland. Dashing down for the final time of the day. Is it going to be second for Germany and third for Poland?
Let's see the top view because it's up to the last few seconds. We will not know which leads. Now is Łukasz before probably. Could you zoom in?
Let's zoom in a little bit. All right, less than 2 kilometers.
Very, very low difference between them.
So here we go, less than now 1.5 kilometers to go. Łukasz Wojciech in the lead for Poland on Golf Papa Sierra, being followed by the German Gert Spielberg with 1 kilometer to go. And look at Łukasz Wojciech pulling away, slightly increasing. Here we go to the line, half a kilometer left at 150 meters above the ground. He's going to take that second place. If he can stay high enough, he is. It's not a problem. Łukasz Wojciech takes the second place. Third place goes to Gert Spielberg and Germany. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see fourth and fifth who we're going to get. It's going to be Thomas Dull and Stephen Trapp and...
Stephen Trapp, Charlie 65 is going to the last leg.
Stefan Trapp, actually. Stefan Trapp.
Yeah, but you can see Charlie 65 is passing, probably. It's difficult to say. Maybe. Could you little zoom in? No. Unfortunately, he's passing the last leg. Probably he's going back on with the engine.
Yeah. And look at the trail left behind from the Łukasz and Gert there. So next through the line is going to be a nice little fourth place. Is it going to be for Stephen Crabb?
Maybe
he didn't take the turn point though, did he?
Yeah, maybe there is a signal mistake. Maybe he has got, but difficult to say.
Difficult to say now, isn't it?
Yeah. There's need to check his log if he touched the turning point.
So I think we need to keep our eyes now on Stefan Trapp and Thomas Dull and see what's going to be happening between these two pilots. We've got Uniform 2 and Delta Tango. These are the going to be the next side-by-side pilots to come through here. Let's go back, see where they are. So, Uniform 2.
Uniform 2 is...
That's Stefan Trapp.
Stefan Trapp.
Now behind him, Thomas Dull is there, Delta Tango, and behind him, Romeo Oscar, Michael Petzold.
Let's see the altitude of the competitors. Not so high.
Shall I take over? Okay.
Probably we have some missing signals because the gliders, as you can see, passing the turning point.
Yeah.
So Uniform 2 probably passed.
Yeah, I think he's already passed the turning point. Delta Tango there.
Delta Tango as well. Probably they are going back with the motors.
Yes, maybe. Maybe not. We don't think so. Looks like the headings.
Could you again zoom out to the turning point, the Haskell leg? Exactly. They passing this point, so they are out of the competition.
So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pilots currently through to the finish line. Almost. This last 2 here now. These 8 are going to be passing through. Delta, Tango, and Romeo Oscar are Thomas Dull from Poland and Michael Petzold from Germany.
Yeah, but Romeo Oscar exactly passed the turning point.
Yeah. There we go.
Yeah.
There goes uniform 2.
Uniform 2, Delta Tango and Romeo Oscar. Who is on the task already? Do we have some signals before the last leg? Yeah, we have a 29 Oscar Golf, and I can see 29 Lima. Lima is out of signal now. Let's go to 29. He has got almost 700 meters. Oscar Golf has got 600 meters. They are going to the last turning point from the competitions. Probably normal, no, without engine.
So Oscar Golf there, Rolf Gertzmann from Germany, and 29 Hermann Luckner from Germany as well, heading towards that last turning point. Heskelek and the 8.1 kilometers to go for Hermann, currently at 642 meters at 186 kilometers an hour. So we're going to take a little break and we'll be back with those final pilots over the line very shortly.
Yeah.
All right, so we're just getting the final few pilots through the line. Now it looks like, Magic, we might have been losing a little bit of the signal because some of them were a little bit too low.
Yeah, probably our receiver antenna is too low to see these low passing gliders. Probably they touched the turning point, and just exactly we don't know it at the moment. From the satellite view, we can see that they are omitted, but probably they get it. So we have a final flight for Oscar Golf and 29.
Well, you'll be able to see all the results. They'll be posted on the Facebook page of the airfield and on the Sailplane Grand Prix page on the internet as well. You can check all that. It's the SPLaero.com. You can find out all the details of the final results there. And of course, tomorrow we'll have the highlights video of today with all the action. It's been a great race. It's been day 7 and it's been race number 5. And it looks like the win went quite comfortably to world champion Sebastian Carver. There we go. There's the information of the webpage on the screen for you. But from all of us here, it's a very good afternoon. From all the production team, all the pilots and all the staff. And from Magic in the studio. And for me as well. We'll see you tomorrow. Very good evening. Enjoy your rest of your night. Good night.
Good night. Goodbye.